feel free. And I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you will see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Well, yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on my test? Oh, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
Let me take you back to a time when love was as precious as diamonds. Where if you search you would find it. I know that times have changed, but I don't wanna play no games, baby. I'll treat you different, show you commitment. Be my baby, let me love you crazy. Let me hold you down like gravity to the ground. Oh, be my baby, I ain't gonna be shady. I ain't messing around. Let's fall in love. I won't let us fade away. Even when we old and gray, know that I'll be here to stay. Let's fall in love. I won't let us fade away. Even when we old and gray, know that I'll be here to stay. And give you that red slow love. Give you that red slow love. This ain't gonna be no broken promise. No show, girl, I'm just being honest. I'll give you what you've been missing. Kisses in the rain, I'll love away your pain. Romantic. That is all I'll give you. No reason to go back on my love. I'll hold you so tight to be snug. Be my baby, let me love you crazy. Let me hold you down like gravity to the ground. Oh, be my baby, I ain't gonna be shady. I ain't messing around. Let's fall in love. I won't let us fade away. Even when we old and gray, know that I'll be here to stay. Let's fall in love. I won't let us fade away. Even when we old and gray, know that I'll be here to stay.
Welcome everybody, we are here for the final round of our endurance season. 30 minutes of qualifying and then it's going to be 9 hours around the Kyalami circuit. 21 drivers and teams rather ready for this upcoming race. And everything is working for once, which makes me happy about it. Either way, we have 21 teams currently on the racetrack, various Porsches, Hondas, Ferrari and McLaren, quite different cars all around the circuit, but obviously with 30 minutes to settle up, it's going to be a long chess game. Conditions shouldn't change, quite surely, it's literally 100% sure that they won't change, so it's going to remain dry for the entirety of the race and qualifying. And it's going to be quite hot too. 36 degrees is the air temperature, with 43 degrees on track, putting the tires on the edge of their performance, since they tend to overheat in these conditions. The first car which is going to set the first benchmark of a lap is going to be Zagdal's one for Formula Racing League, number 441, currently on track. 2 cars for this team. But we have our championship winners in the number 11, with a championship which is already sealed for them, for Vesta Sport. And I'm class and quite sure the Gazelle Motorsports are, just to be sure, just go here. I've got the entire... oh, okay, I'm standing right there. So currently there is a 15 seconds gap between TSE Racing and Gazelle Motorsport. But I didn't see TSE Racing in the IM class, as the first time lap is a 41.145 for Alex Zagdal. The number 4 just following 75 milliseconds away, and Casolina short of 3 temps away. But obviously the first lap is certainly not going to be the most important one. With Aleman in 777 for Emerson with Force, okay. In the 777 without livery, unfortunately. Number 43 for QRT in 5th, with a 302 for Gazelle Motorsport in 6th. Number 18, Assetto Racing Team currently sits in 7th. Senatore in the 61 for FRL in 8th, with TAC Racing in 9th, and then Gazelle Motorsport in 10th. But there's still an improvement here for Zagdal, who goes below the 41 marker, which sets the quickest lap time with a 40.9, as Aleman does the same, putting a quicker lap time with a 41.2, just short of Matteo Nakira in 2nd. So number 11 completes the lap, as it needs a tenth and a half to improve, and they do. It's now third place for Castellino, 7 milliseconds away from second. But those 7 milliseconds will likely become way more as the Italian crosses the line and narrowly avoids pole position, but for now sits in second place and number 4. With Agdal going back into the pits. As I was saying, I don't think there is... Oh, yes, there is now. Number 93 is still is yet to set a lap time, but they need 15 points to secure the championship in AM class. They need to cover the 15 points since they have a 15 points gap, but I'm quite sure that the fact that they just start the race will be enough to seal the championship. But in any case, they put it on pole in class, just ahead of the 301, and that will put although they missed the Donington Parks round, that would put them at the very top end of the leaderboard without too many problems. As both Zakdal and Akira will cross the line without a proper lap time, since the two of them are on two different situations, but in both cases their lap time is not a valid one. One went off track and the other just went off the pits. A very long qualifying stint for Akira. 10 minutes into qualifying session. Oh, that was extremely close to losing the rear end of the car. Reminder that the Italian needs 65 milliseconds to put it on pole, as Castellina is just behind. 25 milliseconds away. So in less than a tenth we've got 3 different teams. So even for the other Italian in number 11, it is just behind the corner as he goes over the most difficult part of the circuit, a bit on the grass, and that's not a valid lap time, so that's going to be a return to garage for the number 11, which for now sits in third. As Wilson here crosses the line, he's currently 6 tenths away, but now crosses the 41.4 in the 302's lap times. So it is 7th place for Wilson there for Gazelle Motorsport in a Mustang. All speed, no cornering car. As Larocque here for TSE Racing is just behind the 301 Gazelle Motorsport, who took back the lead, but just narrowly. I think Larocque will be able to clinch the pole again without too many issues, and as a matter of fact he does so, setting a 42.0 and putting back the number 93 on class pole position. As I said, the single fact that they are going to start the race is going to be enough to seal the championship. Though not literally. I may be exaggerating, but just to have a look at it. Video scoring. So, if for whatever reason the number 301 scores P1 in the race, though it's now 16 points, since a pole position is another point, if the Gazelle Motorsport car finishes in first, TSE Racing requires to be in fourth. And if it is in second, it's going to be seventh. No, sixth. I think. This is sixth. Sixth place for TSE Racing. So, in any other case, I don't think there is any other case, since a P3 would automatically means that just finishing the race. So the only chance for the 301 to effectively have a shot at the championship is for them to finish first, and the number 93 to not finish at all. Because if the 301 doesn't win, there are just 6 IM drivers in the race, IM teams in the race, so that will mean that it's packed and wrapped. So it's not completely over, but it literally requires the number 93 to blow up for it to not to happen. And even so, it requires a 301 to just score the perfect race. You know, Aleman is still on an improving spree. As it sets a 41.172. And while I was looking at the points, both Zaxel and Akira improved their lap times, but ironically remained on the same, practically on the same gap too. 25 milliseconds only between the two. Both improved, but both didn't really change anything, ironically. Still, the time you require to blink your eyes is between position number 1 and position number 2, with the number 11 still behind the 40 wall. With these temperatures, it's quite difficult to set a 40, so it's definitely a good lap time. Minutes are left in the quali session, so we are getting into sprint race territory, and in 15 minutes you practically just have 2 qualifying stints. The number 300 took back pole position in AM class. Now Gazelle Motorsport sits in pole position. But just a little reminder that The number 300, as I said earlier, just needs not only pole but also for the number 93 to blow up. Pretty much. And the 301 may become a good ally on that. Just to try to give the 300 more air to breathe, but either way, scoring third for the number 93 would seal the championship anyway. So now number 11 again trying to improve the lap time, but this team requires more than 2 attempts. If now sets 41.1, so 1/10 behind itself. And the QRT Sports is currently improving by a single tenth. The number 93 could get safer from Forbes behind in number 18. Getting some help from their sister car too. As number 1 just sits in front of the sister car behind, which may have been useful since now Orman is 5 attempts away, not 6 anymore. Two different cars for the same team, which is not usual there. But now Payne requires at the very least half a tenth to improve its position on the 302 lineup, which also sits barely behind Stubna in the 667 BMW. For now, Payne is certainly putting together a good lap time. Although I'm not sure if they're helping their sister team or doing the opposite, whilst Nakira here just improved an entire tenth on the last part of the lap, and as Zagdal's lap time will not be a valid one, Nakira's one will be, and not only that, but it will be a new purple lap, so 40.7 for the number 4. And we've got a new pole position team. 78 milliseconds in front of Zagdal and 3 tenths in front of Vestas Sport number 11 and nearly 5 on the 4th placed car, as the number 1 for QRT Sport did manage to improve, but Wilson did too. And now Wilson in the 302 for the Mustang sits in 6th place. As also Stubna here for Kemit Motorsport is for now 7 tenths away from pole. And they are certainly improving. As the lime and green BMW crosses the line and jumps 2 places. Okay, no. Okay, for some reasons it was... Okay, so it's... Apparently my race control is glitched because it was showing that it was improving by 2 tenths. Not sure there, since the lap time was actually nearly 8 times slower. Unfortunately, I can't really know what's happening there in the Kyalami Motorsport car. As a 777 here requires a bit more than a tenth to gain the position on the 11. But for this lap it won't happen. And with 8 minutes remaining in the qualifying session, it's going to be little the time available for an improvement. I think they just have another stint, maybe two, if they just come in the next minute or so. But as it stands, the number 4 is in pole position and also still improving. Whereas the 441 behind is still having some struggles at doing so. Ooh, a bit out of the racing line for the number 4, which now goes back into the pits and prepares itself for the last qualifying stint. The rock here in the number 93 is currently improving. They just need 12 milliseconds to jump into pole position territory. As it stands, the number 93 has 14 points gap, not 15 anymore. But if they manage to get pole position, it will become 16. Oh, that's... I think they completely binned the hairpin. But luckily they were good enough in the time before the hairpin, so they can still manage to jump in front of the Ferrari. Just one corner to go. Ooh, that's a bit out of the racing line. But improvement happens anyway, not only on the number 300, but also on the car number 202. So now there is also a Pro Class car, which now spins out of barbecue in the middle between the 93 and the 300. So happy news for the number 93. Could Winkle improve to get in front of the number 93? And the answer for now is clearly no, as Winkle prepares himself for the upcoming qualifying lap. As the Porsche Boxer engine, as loud as possible, not as loud as the GTE version, which at the time also didn't have. Ooh, that's a bit of track, and that's also into the pits for Garner. Which back in the day, the GTE version of the Porsche 911, which was the 2017 version, practically didn't have a muddler, which is now required, and it also allowed that actually was a danger for your ears, but who cares, we are motorsport fans, so we go on the track side without any ear protection, and I speak for experience. It's very fun. Until you don't hear anymore, that's not very fun, but that's beside the point. And speaking of which, as we are heading into the end of the year for practically every single motorsport series and franchise around the world, the WEC has just announced the Genesis car for 2026, and also tickets for next season's races are discounted until the end of the year. So if you are fancy to go have a blast of... Oh, that's the number 11 of the racetrack. Unfortunately, there was an improvement there. Not enough to get second place, but there was an improvement nevertheless. As I was saying, if you are fancy having a blast at some racing, be sure to check your favorite racetracks providers, ticket providers obviously, and maybe you can get a little sale on something you like. For example, the Imola round still has, I think, a 20% discount rate until the end of the year, something like that. Which reminds me, I still have to buy it, because we won't have Isot anymore, which is sad. We won't have Lamborghini anymore, which is, again, they killed the Audi program for that. But we have finally a good Cadillac factory program. As this pane goes off into 15. And for whoever is on the American part of the world, the IMSA season starts at Daytona, the 24-hour Daytona, the first big race of the year, with the pre-season tests which already started, with American Racing somehow returning with Acura, although everything that happened with the tire pressures scandal. And Lamborghini, which now you can only see it in IMSA, since they feel like the car is not ready yet for a worldwide program, so they just said, okay, we will just stay in the North American continent. And Stugna barely doesn't improve. Reminder that Stugna just needs 13 milliseconds to improve, and ironically they were 15 milliseconds away from themselves in this very lap. As Winkel concludes the qualifying session in second place, so the pole position point goes to La Roque and the rest of the 93 team. So Rock, Gordon and Scaptura are going to have another point. So now the gap is 16 points, and thus they are nearly there. They just need the 300 to not be first, and in any other case it's going to be game over for the championship. also GT World Challenge just ended, and the next season is going to start in I can't remember it. Just don't remember where it starts. Season Paul Ricard, isn't it? Oh, that's an off track for Stubna. So unfortunately, the improvement that was happening, although marginal, will not be scored. So that's the number 4 flat out in pole position in Pro Class, and TAC Racing in IM class, 13th overall, and the only IM class below the 42 marker, whilst overall only 2 cars managed to stay behind the 40, one, which are the number 4 and the number 441. The only 2 cars to start with the 4 in the entirety of the field. Maybe that's the reason. As we are getting there to start the formation lap. As in 3 minutes it will start, but we will go with a usual, oh wait, field preview. It is, I need OBS please, you have to cooperate with me. So the number 4 for Flatout Esports starts in first with the FRL car in second place. Then we've got Vesa Sports in third with MSR in fourth. Then in fifth it's QRT Esports, and behind them it is Gazelle, which hopefully doesn't have the camera set because it's a Mustang. Van Horn, Forbes and McMahon will start for Astor Racing Team. It is first racing team in the number 18 in 7th, with the number 667 for Kermit Motorsport in 8th, and then TSE Racing in 9th in the car number 177. That's a Pro Class car, not the IM, 2 rows behind. Number 1 QRT starts in 10th, with the FRL car number 221 in 11th. Then we've got the 934 Advisor Racing Team in 12th place, and the TSE Racing IM lineup starts in pole position in class or 13th overall. Behind them it's a 202 Lexus with Assetto Racing Team in 15th place in the car number 81. Then in 300 the championship contenders and currently the runner-ups are in 16th with their sister team in 17th. As long as mine starts in 18th, and MT Motorsport starts in 19th, Uno Racing Team in 20th, and then we've got BMW in 21st and last place. So anyway, 47 degrees, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and in 9 hours the 2024 season will end, And I'll be honest, I think it's realistically one of the last races of the race entirely as an endurance race, since the majority of people will probably be away for the Christmas period. And this is also, ironically, my last weekend at home here before the Christmas season starts. As the sprint season will end next week, in 2 weeks from now, apologies, for the Master League. Now we'll go for a lap around the Kyalami racetrack with Mattia Nakira. And we got here turn 1, this little right-hander is considered a turn, as Crowthorn is turn 2 here, left-hander, which we have to take very wide in entry, braking at the 100 meters mark. Then we've got the Jusei sweep and the barbecue turn 5, which is, in my opinion, the hardest part of the circuit. It's not cheetah for me, it's actually this one here, because you have to nail it, and it's always so difficult to nail it in your laps. Although yes, in cheetah is likely more difficult during the race, since if you miss barbecue you don't die, simply, whereas on cheetah is a bit different. Sunset here, turn 6, long right-hander, taken practically flat except for a little blimp on the brakes at the very beginning of turn 6. And then clubhouse, turn 7, which also brings some track limits violations. Car 2-1 is back in the pits, so something happened to them as we go into the S's. So I suppose they will disconnected and then reconnected, but unfortunately they were already way too late on the formation lap, and they got sent back into the pits. Then Luke up, very difficult hairpin because the braking point is practically blind. You have to trust yourself, and you literally have to... Okay, it doesn't work in English, this way of saying. You don't really have many braking tips from the racetrack. You can't really visualize anything in particular, different from here, which after mineshaft you tend to brake on the 100-meter board into the crocodiles, 13 and 14, where even here track limits are actually very likely to happen. And then Cheetah, the infamous turn 15, which I hope not, but it's quite likely that someone will be sent into the abyss in turn 15. And then we've got Ingwe, turn 16 and last. 4.5 kilometers long, 16 turns, and in activity since the 60s, to be exact, 1961, as a racetrack just out of Johannesburg, hosted many categories. But here we are for the final round of the season. Green light, and away we go with a very good start by the 777, which already jumped Casalina in the number 11, and that's also a jump from the 441, which now sits in front of Nakira, who tried the outside. There is the number 11 there trying the inside. Oh, there is a freeway situation there, out of turn 2, there is a McLaren, 2 McLarens and a BMW, and the 2 McLarens are still one after the other. There is currently another car going on the grass, but I think that's also a change into the lead for Zakral and Nakira, with Nakira taking the place after Zakral missed its exiting speed. And also, out of Sunset, nearly lost the place on Murasaki behind in the 777, which now has 3rd place in his hands, as the number 11 here is in 4th. And the battling here is trying the inside on the number 93, which lost the lead over the car number 300. There's also Prius here on the outside, goes on the grass, nearly collides with the McLaren in front, which also loses the position on the BMW number 667. That's also a position done for Stubna on the QRT lineup. It's going to have the inside here on the left-hander, then it's going to be the right-hander for QRT, which overshoots the car and not only loses the position on the BMW, but also does the same on both Plus and Harter, which now is... Oh, the QRT is off, getting hit by a Porsche. There is also the MSC car, which now sits in 17th place in the car number 93. There was a contact between the one and I think the 934. There's also Murasaki getting contacted by the number 11, which tries the inside and perfectly executes the overtake on the 777. So now the 11 is back on its starting position. Now they have to defend against Murasaki behind, which will probably try something in Sunset. Dirty hair will not be enjoyable here. In fact, Murasaki loses some ground. I think the position is done for the Italian driver, which now sits a second behind Zakdal, which after a very good start, jumping Nakira for P1, lost a place in barbecue, and after that it's just been downhill after that moment, but probably 4 minutes after the start of the race, 3 minutes after the start of the race, it's likely just a different tire preparation, as Larocque is trying to get the position back on Cancetta. With the Italian in 888, behind it 26, Krunen. As the Uno Racing defends. Ooh, there is the overtake between teammates there, and there's also double overtake. You can see the sister team overtaking the number 300, but also Cancetta doing the same with number 26, and Larocque trying to do the same, but can't succeed in doing so on turn 2. It will be different on barbecue, with the inside being open for an attack by the number 93. It doesn't happen there. Jones tried to do the same on the Aston Martin, which now has to defend against the Senatore in the 221 Lamborghini. But now the 301 is just in front of its sister team, stealing points, which for now not really useful. Still, it will be quite different if for any reason Larocque doesn't score anything better than 6th or 5th in that regard. As now Larocque lost a place on Senatore, who also gained a place on the car number 26. As you can see, Larocque trying the inside on the Mercedes again, and nothing can happen into the Crocodiles. Zakdal sets the quickest lap time, 41.8, so it was indeed a tire preparation difference, with the 441 which went on the tires more smoothly compared to number 4. As the situation remains the same here between the 26 and car number 93. It's not for an overall position, but it's certainly helps the 93 if the Mercedes wasn't in front there. Meanwhile, Horman is in direct proximity with Murasaki at 777. It's a tap from Horman there. But no overtake. No overtake happens. Just after the hairpin. It may happen here into the crocodiles. Again, no difference. In the positions. It may be different for the Rock, who tried the outside. Ooh, Harter. And Plus. And Karner with Plus losing the rear. And that's a position done from Karner, but something happened there. There was a good gap between Plus and Harter. I do suppose something happened on... Oh, it was just a wide and a save for Plus. But also, something happened to Horman as he sits in 7th place. Now 8th. Oh, there was a huge incident between... Oh, what happened there? I have no idea what happened there to Murasaki in the 777. It just went wide on itself and then crashed with the Ferrari, which unfortunately was just there. I have no idea what happened. I'm really trying to guess. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Was it? So it was all on themselves, but I never saw something like that. So I think they just got distracted for something. They were probably looking at the strategy on the MFD, and that happened. So now also the QRT car number 33, which has huge damage on the front of the car. Although it's not visually seen, as Kroner here is off track. Was it a contact? Oh, it was a little contact, which unfortunately put the number 26 out of contention for 16th place overall. As I said, number 43 is losing time as the time progresses. That was very odd. I have no idea what happened. This car is losing ground as time passes. As I said, you can't really see the damage, but because unfortunately, as always, we were watching another replay of another car which went off and lost places. As Hayo Horman has to practically give positions left and right. They have to come into the pits. They are losing seconds and seconds every lap. In fact, they are going into the pits to repair the car. Same as the 777, which also is sitting in the pits with immense damage to the front of the car. don't really understand what happened. So apparently the game froze for a brief moment. It was not a distraction moment, it is simply the PC which froze altogether, and unfortunately the 43 innocently got involved in that. So Cancellara here is trying to send the car into 13th place or second in class to get overtake down on the number 300, which is finding more difficulties than the sister car in first place currently. 5 seconds ahead too, as the number 93 is barely behind them. But I think the Porsche will have the upper hand into turn 2. The 300 defense. From the outside, maybe hoping for this inside to be available, but nothing really happens, and the Porsche just flies off into the distance in front of the number 300, which now is just in front of their rival team, number 93. As Wilson here is still attaining a 4th place now, to 6th earlier on. But the 302 is defending against the number 18 at the 667. As it stands, the battle for first is practically between Nakir and Zagdal, with Castellina a bit further away, lapping constantly into the 42s, low to mid 42s, whilst the duo in front is lapping high 41, low 42s. Astubna here and the duo in front are lapping into the 43s. The number 93 just made the overtake on the 300. Oh, it was a mistake, that's why it happened. It was a little mistake by the Ferrari driver who went away too far into the brakes, and now the 93 is in front of their rival team, so not only they are winning the championship, they are also extending the gap too. As that overtake practically hands them the championship. As again, for the 300 to win the championship, they will need to firstly be first, and secondly for the 93 to practically be in 5th place. As it stands, none of the two conditions are happening, so it is actually in extreme difficulties. As Karner is also trying the overtake on Harter in the 1770 SE sister car, and in front it is the same script here, as Winkel is losing the place on Jones 2. with a poor exit from the last corner. And that's a McLaren now in front of the Ferrari. So something is very odd. All of a sudden, this car lost all its space. It's now lapping into the 45.6. So I wonder if they mismatched something, because this car is going way too slow. Compared to earlier on. So everyone is gaining on them. They are literally the slowest car on the circuit. But they were nearly first in qualifying, so clearly something is wrong with this car. I wonder if they put too little fuel, and now they are fuel saving. Doesn't seem like it, but it's either that or complete mishap in the tire pressures. Because it's very unstable too, so it may be a tire pressures issue. As the 993 here is also very close to Canceda's car. And on the other end of the straight, and a couple of corners more. Stubna is still here trying to make the position on Forbes. Again, another 45.1 for Winkel. And they were able to do 34.1 earlier, so it's odd to see a complete loss of performance by the team, which now is also struggling to keep position number 6, no, number 5, apologies. Going extremely wide, always. It seems like it's unpredictable, this car right now, so I'm really pointing the finger on the tire pressures at this point. But Rocco will probably try the overtake here onto the hairpin on the upper hand of the circuit. As Taylor just gained the position on Winkel. Ooh, you can see from this view it was very close between the two. What happens in the Crocodiles? The 5 seconds penalty has been given to La Rock for the contact with car number 26. Which they will have to go after in the pits. Meanwhile, another thing happened here. It was from very far away. It seems like Forbes just gave up the position, or maybe braked a bit earlier and gave enough to Stubna to make the position there. Meanwhile, Little is trying from the outside of Sunset, which hasn't yet been documented in the last 40 years, so maybe this could be the first time we see, because it's practically impossible to make a pass on the outside of Sunset. But poor exit from the Ferrari driver there, and I think this could very well be an overtake from the Porsche, but again from the outside. But here it's slightly more possible, and with slightly I mean 0 point something %, as in all of these Senator actually gains the place. But meanwhile behind it's also Canceda and La Rock, one after the other. This time La Rock has the inside line, and not only that, but also the position done for a brief moment, as the Porsche is back in front. As the 301 is off, the leader is off, and it has been overtaken. So you can see Little here having some struggle. Oh, it was a contact with the Lamborghini, which unfortunately put it off the racetrack. which now puts Cancheda in the lead of the race. Now Larocque will try from the inside. No, nothing happens. The Porsche put it in a difficult manner for Larocque behind to try to get a position done. Again on the inside there is a possibility, but realistically nothing comes out of it. As insult to injury happens, and okay, no, never mind. As Slaughter in the 301 disconnected for a brief moment, and I couldn't see him on the race controller anymore. Hoping it's not some foreshadowing, but it's possible. As again the battle for the lead puts the two in here very close. Again into the hairpin this time. It's going to be the outside for Larocque, and inside for Cancheda. Cutback for the Aston, having now a better exit speed, but again the Porsche seems like it's having the inside line into the Crocodiles. Oh, into mineshaft, it goes very wide. Nearly putting it on the grass. But it stands. Battle still goes on, defending the inside into the last corner. Little tap between the two. Leaving the Aston behind the leader of the race. And not only that, but they also have to gain 5 seconds from that because of the penalty they received. Bestlink is in front, is also battling with Plus. And Cancheda here is still maintaining the inside line on Sunset, with Aston trying from the outside. As I mentioned earlier, it was impossible. Well, apparently it is. No, there is a little contact between Aston Martin and McLaren, but it actually is possible. And not only is possible, we just witnessed it in live. And now Larocque made it on the outside of Sunset. Ooh, that's a loss of rear grip for Cancheda, who lost 2 places in a matter of seconds, and now finds itself. Triple Eight finds itself in 3rd place in class. And if you're wondering why this is now the battle for 1st, not for 2nd anymore, this is the reason. So this is what happened between the 2 drivers, the 221 and the Porsche driver 301, which now put the battle for first. And this was the overtake. The little tap from the McLaren behind. That just gave the place to the both of them. Milan Sluttel is also trying again on their teammate's car. And the Porsche is back in front of Winkel. As about for the lead still goes over, but I think that this time there could be a chance for an overtake. As a 5 seconds penalty has been applied to Senatore for the contact with the former leader of the M class. 10 seconds, apologies. An eventual battle between these two may also bring the number 11 behind from 3.7 seconds to something along the line of 2 seconds. As the car number 202 receives a drive-through for track limits violation already. Not even 30 minutes into a 9-hour race. It's a drive-through for the MSR team in 9th. And they will have to do it in 3 laps from now. As shortly behind, Harter is now trying the position on Forbes on the inside of turn 2. He goes, and Hayden Harter is now in 6th place for TSE Racing. On the very same place, Forbes lost a place on Stubna earlier on. Lewis comes out of the pits now in 14th overall, maybe 15th. It's going to be 14th overall with the QRT number 33 trying to unlapping itself. Trying to unlap itself. As also Senatore is back in the pro field with Besselink just in front, and in short time it's also possible to see the Lamborghini in front of the Ferrari. Lamborghini, which is currently showing a very good pace compared to the Ferrari in front. But it's a reminder they also have a 10 seconds penalty to undergo in the pits. This may happen just here, just prior to the S's. Into clubhouse. Quite difficult to do it from the outside of the top of the hill. And for now Santori remains behind the number 81, and I'm hearing a car off. It's actually Plus. Something happened to the car 202. Oh, they just lost the rear completely and put it on the wall. So also damage that has to be repaired for the Lexus, which also had a drive-through. The rear end is nowhere to be found. Yeah, look at this again, into the wall it goes. So more front-end damage for that car, as Besselink also lost the car and went into the wall. Oh, it was a contact from behind which put the car into the wall. So again, Senatore hitting another car and putting off the track. Probably have a better look at it from the outside. Yeah, it was just a little tap, but unfortunately the little tap put the car number 81 into the wall. And now just in the middle of the airfield, but with damage that has to be repaired, so I think that will be more than that. Oh, that's Cancetta behind, nearly losing the car altogether, while following Besselink. While also Horman goes into the inside to unlap himself. As just in front, the battle for position between these two is fierce. That's one to comes out of the pits just behind the car number 33. But not only that, stop and go 30 seconds penalty for the car in 19th place for speeding in the pit lane. With the race practically destroyed and demolished for this team. The defense the inside line. It's the first time we are actually seeing some overtaking attempts from the 4-4-1 lineup. After 37 minutes, this could happen just here in Barbecue. The inside is available for a move on the same place. Zakadal himself lost the place on Akira earlier on into the race. As Cancetta 2 is into the wall. all of a sudden? Oh, I think it's a wheel disconnection of some kind. Now the car is into the wall. And that's the Italian off the charts for a winning class. A very odd situation there. Porcancedda. No, back at the fight for the lead. Ooh, little off the race for the Italian, whilst the Swedish is practically on race in turn 2 to the grass, and a very good exit by the Ferrari driver there off barbecue into sunset. This time it's all the way around, trying to losing the rear grip. And loses some gap through to Nakira, but very odd. I'm still thinking about what happened to the Porsche earlier on. Completely losing the car in the flat out section. And then crunching the car into the wall. As the Honda again tries into the inside, into turn 2. Oh, losing the rear a bit. But it's a bit clear that the Honda for now has slightly more pace, at least in the first sector. And this is just helping behind Castorina in number 11, which still is 3.4 seconds behind. As Mercedes goes to the right, to get to give rather more easiness for the lapping situation. Again, the Ferrari defends the inside. But while doing so, they are also losing time. So now the battle for P1 remains very close. But again, they are losing half a second per lap on the car number 11. She now sits 2.9 seconds behind. It was 3.9 seconds earlier on. And lapping on a steady 42.6.7 or around there. These two in front, they are lapping 43s. And this could be another 43. Matter of fact, it was a 43 for the duo, while behind it was a 42.8 for Castorina. But this time it happens here. Into the inside he goes, and nothing really gets concrete. Just a very little chance appeared. But the Ferrari has immense braking capabilities, and nothing can really beat it. It's a double battle because also here Kanner and Forbes are battling for position number 7. The Porsche very close to the McLaren ahead. Bit on the grass, not a limit violation. But these two are currently the only fights ongoing on the racetrack. That was a track limit violation for Carne. As gap gets slightly larger, here it's actually the opposite, getting a bit shorter on the straight line. This is the time for the overtake. I think it's going to be the time for the overtake for Zachtal. And again, the Ferrari brakes and outbrakes and still makes the corner in a perfect manner. The Ferrari absolutely smashing the field in the braking capabilities, while Winkel finds himself off the racetrack. That's why into the gravel. They are not having a very good weekend so far. Ascana just overtook Forbes into turn 2. In the same manner as each of the other 2 times. On the inside, and practically zero defense from Forbes. As we're getting very close to our bits of phase, as these two here are also losing time on the car behind, 42.7, 3.2, literally the same exact lap time for both of them, but they also lost 2 times on Castorina behind. But this is again Zach down on the inside, outbraking the Ferrari, and little tap between the two. Oh, and the 441 is off, spinning in the middle of the racetrack and losing position number 2. You can have a better look at it. Trying to outbrake the Ferrari, losing the rear, getting a little lap from the Ferrari, and then going on the throttle, losing again the rear, but this time permanently. And now the 441 sits 11 seconds behind Castorina and 14 behind the leader. Now this could be a great news for the number 11 in a way. They have gained a position, But unfortunately, this also means that Nakira will not have to battle with anyone for the foreseeable future. And also, 10 seconds penalty has been revoked to Senatore for some reasons. Why? I'll be honest. Why? I need some answers. So for some reason, the 10 seconds penalty has been taken away from so for some reason the 2-1 has been so Fabius for now remains behind the Porsche. Ten minutes, maybe 13 at best, behind the time of the pits, so there could still be a chance for Fabius to get a position on the racetrack, but there's also the chance to get it in the pits. As gap for now remains 7 times. Can still remains here with a 43.7. The last lap, the advisor team gained 3 temps on falls behind the car number 18. For the Porsche driver. They're also looking up in front. The gap from the 4 and the 11 is still 2.6 seconds. The last lap it was a 42.8 for Nakira and a 42.5 for Castellina. So there still could be a chance for the number 11 to gain time on the leader, even without a battle ongoing. There's also it also deserves a mention the fact that the 441 may have the rear tires ruined, and so they will also lose some more time from the duo ahead. last lap kind of gained 6 times on fall, so effectively the battle is off the table. Santor for now is the one who is gaining on the car in front. So car 301 spun. Yes, I remember it. Field of steel first look of what happened top, it was spinning, then they collided. Okay, I guess. But the incident happened anyway. So technically it should still be a penalty. I mean, I'm no steward, but okay. So as it stands, again, another 3 times have been cut from the 11 on the 4 lineup, up into the 43s this time around, and never once I saw the number 11 going into the 43s, so definitely getting closer and closer for the middle of the race. So as it stands, also Zakdal is gaining a massive time, 42.5 on the last lap, so yes, the rear tires certainly aren't ruined. Or if they are, this just means how much pace there was in that Honda. But yes, ultimately, just 2 cars that are gaining from the car in front. So another 2 temps have been cut from the leader. 42.9 for Nakira, 42.7 for Castorina. Hopefully I can see the sectors. Maybe I can. Oh wait, I can actually. So this time it works. Nice. So no, okay, no, it doesn't work. Never mind. Yeah, I don't think it's working because it's not matching up. Oh no, wait, it does. Okay, yes, it actually works. In the first and second sector there was a gain from Castorina. In the third sector there is a lack of it, on which Nakira actually shows some pace back. Overall, the best sectors are the first for Castorina, the second for Nakira, and practically the same on the third sector. So essentially, the only real difference is done on the second sector on a normal lap. But apparently in the last laps this hasn't been the case. It was a 40.77 for Nakira and a 40.61 for Castorina. This time it was the same, just a tiny bit more. 2 times gained on the first and 1 time lost on the second. Fortunately for Castorina, 3 times have been lost on the third sector, so clearly a mistake has been done there. But it clearly shows up that the first sector is way more handy for the 11 lineup compared to the second sector, where it actually loses some ground on a normal basis, whilst the third sector is practically the same, a normal situation. Now the gap is 2.6, 2.5, 2.4, 2.6. I guess it's 2.5 roughly. So this just shows that the setup is slightly different, with Akira being slower in the first sector and Castellina being slower in the second sector. In all of these, I wasn't speaking about what's happening behind, because in the last laps, Zector has been gaining and gaining and gaining ever so slightly in all sectors actually, except the third. So it's not all sectors. On a normal basis, so the best possible lap time, the Honda flies in the first sector. It has some slight struggles in second sector. And the first sector is also a good one for the Honda. Yeah, now the gap is certainly lower, and it was a terrible lap by Castorina. 43.7. An entire second has been lost from Castorina. So I'm not really sure what happened. Oh, it was a mistake in the second sector, because 7 temps have been lost only there, and under 2 on the first. And the Honda behind gained on the first, second, and the third sector. So Zachary is definitely having a very good run. In the meantime, if you just came back and you don't see anymore a penalty on the car 2-1 behind, the reason is that apparently there was no contact on this particular incident. Or rather, there was contact, but just after the car in front started losing traction. So they deemed it as a racing incident. As the other FRL car is in the pits, same goes for Stuber and Forbes. So a bit of an undercut for Zachar, probably considering their tires aren't as good as they should be, and thinking that an undercut could help the situation. And Eck now jumps in the car. So we will see. Okay, that's not ideal, as the 441 spun on itself into turn 1 just after exiting the pits. And now it gets overtaken by Crashbull in the 667 BMW. That's an overtake for position, as the BMW for Kermit Motorsport overtakes Eck, who literally 20 seconds after exiting the pits spun on itself into turn 2. So everything is now back into contention for the Formula Racing League car. This just gives clear room for both Nakira and Castorina. as they are gapped by 4 seconds now. It's a disaster run for Ek. He now sits behind the crash. And also went off track there with new tires is not really a good thing to do. As the number 4 goes into the pits, and the same happens for everybody behind, since there isn't literally enough time to go for another lap. Now the number 4 exits the pits with Wilzinski driving the car number 4 and Adamu doing so for the car number 11 behind, as they lost a second in the pits, second and a half. As the car number 11 is now 5 seconds behind the 4. 2 seconds to be exact have been lost from the 11. Now they have the exact lap times into the pits. Lap times and the time into the pits. Since the time they stopped exactly the same. So maybe it was just a pit entry difference or something else, by stopping the car or similar, but 2 seconds have been lost nevertheless from the Vesta Sport car. Now the gap between the 11 and the 441 is actually 2 places. Because Wilson now is into the podium for the 302 Gazelle Motorsport, and the 667 Kermit Motorsport the Kermit Motorsport is now in 4th. The fastest lap holder team is now in 5th place. Honda has to take it up with the chin and keep on going. I think an overtake may happen just now between Ek and Krejl. Into turn 2, they've been put a fence inside. With the Honda trying the cutback, but that doesn't happen, and for now Krejl remains ahead. Barely, since the Honda goes for the move into barbecue on the last possible occasion, and Sainz is inside, creating the position for itself, and now the next objective is ahead, and it's a Mustang, so it's going to be slightly more difficult for a Honda, which makes its own strength in the straights compared to the other cars, and on exit speed, on a Mustang which is faster on the straights and worse everywhere else. But until you are behind, you have to kind of create the opportunity. And against a car which makes the time on the straights, it's a bit difficult. And Honda isn't really famous for having good brakes. So the only real possibility for Ek in this point is to have a better X speed and then take it from there. In any case, the mistake was 7 seconds costly. No wait, I can't count anymore. It was 13 seconds. Because now the gap from the leader is 24 seconds. And earlier it was 10. So it's not like I can't count, I can't really see. I'm blind altogether. Yeah, not a good situation for the Formula Racing League car in 4th place now. But surely it's going to be 3rd in a short time. As the sister team is in 9th. As Ek is currently undergoing the overtake for the podium position, and as a matter of fact creating the opportunity with exit speed. And Mustang defends the inside. F1 stays ahead of the Honda, trying it on the outside of Sunset. It can't happen there. May happen just here on the inside, or the outside, or one of the two, or none of them, as the car 221 has been given a 15 seconds penalty for the incident with the Ferrari number 81. Which will have to be served in the pits in an hour time. Little loss of rear grip, but it's also another issue because the BMW behind is really using the Mustang as its own teammate. As the Honda for now remains behind the Mustang and lapping a second slower than what they could actually do, and a second and a half slower than what the number 11 is doing, because the last lap is 42.1 for Adamu, and Brzezinski's lap time was a 42.4. can see how much this car gains in every part which isn't a turn. The second you have to turn, you obviously lose places, but this is a GT 2.5 at this point. It only goes very fast, very quick, and it's unbeatable until the second you have to turn the wheel. This is a NASCAR Cup Series race car. Speaking of NASCAR Cup Series, okay, no, I don't. There isn't anything on the horizon. We already had our championship deciding race, which unfortunately was won by Logano. But yeah. For every Penske fan out there, good on you, I guess, but for the entirety of the human population, it was a very sad day. But yeah, NASCAR will return at the end of winter with a clash, not at the LA Coliseum anymore. And as always, we'll start the championship with the Daytona 24 hour, yeah. The Daytona 500. As Bellman behind is now going for the move from the outside of Sunset, and the Porsche just gives up the place, knowing that there is a 15 seconds penalty pending on the Lamborghini's car, the Lamborghini's number. Although Barfi is losing massive time this time around. As Wilson now is definitely lapping very quick. 42.4, it was even faster than the leader. The Honda behind is clearly having a better time. 42.3 for Eck. But again, as it stands, their only strength is the exit speed. And unfortunately, this track is not really one with exit speeds, since you have practically two places where the exit speed really counts. One of them being the hairpin at the very top of the racetrack. Oh, the number 197 is not on the racetrack. Oh, they just lost the rear altogether. Oh, and the car 2 narrowly missing. Don't know which car. Oh, it was the Lexus. For now, the Honda has to stay behind and to just hope something goes wrong for the Ford in front, as exit speed may help just here out of the last corner, but not enough. Counter-attacked by the sheer speed of this machine, which I love, mostly because it doesn't make any sense and it's so funny to see it go faster without any proper ability in the turning phase. But the last lap it was a 42.4, so it's not really like the car is slow, it's just that it's slow in certain points. The Honda tried the inside, but not a great exit speed there, and Eck will remain behind Wilson. Yeah, 42, as I was saying, 42.4 is not like it's a slow lap time. They just lost less than a tenth from Adamo, and a tiny bit more from the car in front of the 11. And it's simply fantastic to see this car while it's still in one piece compared to its real counterpart, which disassembles itself on a daily basis, which is a bit frustrating if I have to say it, especially in Imola, which the Proton car was disassembled every single time passed in front of me. And in a different point too. At least it was different every time, and unfortunately it was different in every point, which is not a very good thing for a race car. It's just unfortunate that this car doesn't have as much luck in real life as it has in the racing, in the esports rather, department. But here there is a battle for second place in class between Talars, Longden and Duvo Lewis, with a Porsche, the chrome livery on the pink side. Is barely in front of these two behind. The last lap, the 301 lost 2 milliseconds from Longden and a second and a half from Duvo Lewis, which clearly is having a better time with new tires, just proving the fact that there was an issue with the tires earlier on. That's a lot of gravel for the Ferrari, who lost 2 seconds going wide on the S's. With the leader just behind them. Off track for Lars, and the 26 has a stop and go 30 seconds penalty because it's sped in the pit lane. As the McLaren goes on the inside, tries the move on the last corner, nearly contact between the leader of the race and Ketelars. That's Longden into second place in the car number 61. This may help the runner-up in standings as he stands. Matter of fact, the 11 just gained an entire second because of the situation with the lapped cars. As Wilson and Eck can't really change the positions between each other. with Wilson who gained actually nearly 2 times on the car ahead, and Ecker who lost less than a tenth from Wilson ahead. So it's clear that the Mustang is actually going quite good. It's not really going slowly. It's actually having a good time. As the Gazelle Motorsport number 301 is still trying the attack on Logden, but this isn't happening as it stands. As the car number 11 now has to undergo the same work which put Wilczynski closer to them. Another 10th has been gained by Wilson, but unfortunately a single 10th per lap is not enough to gain back 20 seconds. And this blue flag situation just helps Wilson behind and Wyszynski in front. As the 11 goes on inside of the Porsche, which goes extremely wide and loses the place on Tuvalu's 2. You can have a better look from a different camera. So you can see the 11 going on inside and the number 301 just ruining the racing line all on itself. Just giving Tuvalu's position in an easy manner. But this kerfuffle just gifted half a second to the car number 4. The Honda may go on the inside on barbecue, but it doesn't happen there. The Mustang is very good in this situation. Again, another gain on Adamo for Wilson. Now the gap is less than 20 seconds. Lap after lap is actually going very greatly for the Mustang lineup. Keeping the pace, and not only that, but also gaining on the duo in front, all considered. And at the same time, Wilson doesn't seem to be buffered by the Honda behind. And they are just going on the usual racing lines. Maybe trusting the fact that, rightly so, the Honda can't really do anything in the braking points. And certainly can't on the racing, on the straights either. There are just 2 places in the entire racetrack which actually revolve around the exit speed. One of them is Ingwe, turn 16, which we just passed. And I think barbecue is the only one, or maybe the SS, okay, no. I will consider the SS and the hairpin look up, turn 10. But other than these 3 places, I really think that the Honda doesn't really have an upper hand on the Mustang. And this is shown by the fact that for now it still sits behind, when the BMW was done and dusted after a single lap. This obviously also ruins the tires for the Honda, which doesn't have the same aerodynamic efficiency. The gap between Wilson and Adam is just 19 seconds now. A second has been gained in the last 2 laps. Although it is worth mentioning. Oh, there is a mistake there by the Mustang driver, which now puts Eck on the inside, but you can see how little difference it makes for the Mustang. As it has its strength on the straight lines, but you can see on the inside it stays and the Mustang remains ahead of Eck. Although they've lost 6 times on the car ahead. For now the Mustang remains where it is. And you could clearly see, oh, there is a Mustang, the McLaren, apologies, going with a contact with the car number 1, and this just gave the position to Velman without any real trouble. You can see from here, complete mishap for the McLaren driver. The battle for fourth keeps on going. Oh, the Honda just lost a bit of rear end grip. as it stands, this duo is still gaining on the other duo in front. Last lap has been 42.7 for Wilson and 42.5 for Eck, but ahead it has been at 43 flat, literally, for Wyszynski, and a 42.9 for Adamo. Which Kaiser behind, who is actually losing some time as the time passes. Some gap. Oh, there's been a mistake by the leader, and the leader is off into the wall, and into the box he goes. So this is the battle for the first place, over and dusted. What happened? Oh, into the grass, crash into the wall, and that's done. As the leader crashed, and very likely that's their game to lose. That's literally their game to lose. They just have to essentially cruise at this point and not do any mistakes. Because Wilson now sits in second place and Eck is back in third. But it is a disaster for the flat out team. Which threw the car into the wall. Instantly repaired it, so now they are in 6th place. The damage was 33 seconds worthy. So, luckily for them, they have not lost too much time, only 1 minute. So they are still in contention for a podium, although it's very unlikely at this point. They are back in 6th place. And also very luckily, this is not Spa, so the pit lane is only 23 seconds long at 50 kph. As the Valus is also trying the overtake on the 61 in second place in class, but that doesn't happen. But all of this just brings the 300 closer and closer to the top of the field. A reminder that they were in extreme difficulties at the first stint, very likely for tire pressure issues. Meanwhile, these two, Wilson and Eck, are still battling for second place, and they completely gave up on the chance to get first. So they will use everything they can to battle themselves for this position here, with 7 hours and 20 seconds to go, 20 minutes to go. As Duva Luis did the overtake at the top of the hill. Was it for a mistake? Yes, it was for a mistake, because the gap was way too large. Oh, it lost the rear into the grass. And the 61 gets the third place, the podium. So the next objective for the Gazelle 300 is 14 seconds ahead. We are back on the team. Number 11 is now in first place after the 441 spun itself twice into turn 2, and the number 4 crashed out of Cheetah. went instantly into the pits, repaired the car, and out it is. And out it went. But this means that they are now in 6th place. It's 10 seconds behind the Macoretta in 5th. Obviously gaining 3 to 4 times to anybody in front of them. But this just means that Wilson and Eck, who are 18 seconds behind, really have to struggle to keep these places. And the number 11 can, I won't say cruise, more like they can go a bit safer. They don't have to push to the maximum. Last lap it was 44.3, so maybe a bit too, that's a bit too much. That's why there was a battle for position in 16th place between Reyes and Krunen. With a Mercedes who goes on the outside, tries the outside, nothing really happens there. So that's why they lost an entire second and a half to the duo behind. So now the gap is 18 seconds between Wilson and Adamo. Oh, little mistake there for okay, makes way less sense then. It wasn't a battle for position, it was actually a battle to unlap themselves. The race control just I'll be honest, I didn't see that they were on 2 different laps. One is on lap number 56 and one is on lap number 55. I just saw the gap between the two and the fact that they were one after the other. As the Honda finally has a shot into barbecue. It was a very narrow window. And as such, nothing really came out of that. As Wilson still struggles to maintain the lead over the car behind. That's the last lap for the duo here. It was 4 times slower than the leader, 43.4 for or both of them practically. Again, they're on the tries on the inside of the hill, but this time there could be a chance, and it actually happens just now. The Honda has finally the upper hand over Wilson, which still is on the inside, can still try something into Crocodiles, and it actually happens. He stays on the apex, breaks even after the Honda driver, which honestly, kudos to him, because it's not really easy to break with a brick, practically. And for now, Eck remains behind on a car which practically was already overtaken. But still, the top speed of this car is simply embarrassing and is keeping Eck on extreme difficulty. To make a pass, now on Sunset, the Mustang defends the inside with the Honda on the outside, trying the cutback, which actually goes to plan. It may work, but the Mustang is still on the inside, keeps it together. On the left-hander, another cutback into the SS, but Wilson has a better exit, and the Honda loses the rear and narrowly creates a disaster. But for now, the 441 lineup remains behind Wilson, the 302 Mustang. It will be another chance for the Honda. 44. So they are going very slowly compared to what they are able to do. The Mustang defending massively inside, leaving a window open on the inside. A little contact between the two, but at this time it's going to be the Honda in front of the Mustang after barbecue. And that's likely checkmate for Wilson, who has to stay behind at this point, or to hope a mistake happen for the Honda, which has a better exit speed in every single part of the circuit. But after several laps, a little mistake into turn 2 with the Mustang outbraking itself, defending the inside way too much. And leaving a window open for Eck to pass through. This just makes the battle over for second place, with already a half-second gap which has been created between Eck and Wilson. Now the next objective for the Swedish driver is 21 seconds ahead. And with 7 hours to go, 21 seconds aren't that many. Wilson for now remains behind Eck, trying to maybe utilize an opening in Eck's defenses. As he sense the Honda is very good. And possibly the only ally for Wilson at this point is McLaren of Longden, which gives plenty of space for the duo to pass through and doesn't really impact the situation. As the gap may start to decrease between Eck and Adamo. It is 21 seconds, so it's a bit difficult for it to happen quickly. But if the gap goes down, we will certainly be on for a fight, but that will, if things stay like this, likely happen in many hours, to be fair. As of now, Wilson keeps the gap steady on half a second. feel that Wilson actually has some pace, but for now he remains behind and it's not as glued to Eck as it was earlier on with the two parts inverted. So the gap decreases into 19.6. An entire half a second has been gained by Eck, so I retract my statement. I don't think it's completely over. Because half a second is a lot. And if this car can maintain the same speed, we could see something in 40 laps. Which is roughly an hour and a half. And honestly, this Honda goes very quickly. I would like to retract my statement. I don't think it's completely done and dusted. And 7 hours are a lot of time. Lap passes, this time it was a high 42 for both drivers. So I think the aim at this point is to create a drive-through gap of some sort. Oh, there is a car going slowly. It was the Catalans. Oh, they just lost the rear in the middle of the crocodiles. And then lost the car on the gravel just after Cheetah. By doing so, they lost the position on Emmanuelsen. And reminder that this car was once on the lead of the race. It's now at the tail end of the SimGrid. So for now, Barfi is constantly gaining a bit of time on Van Horn. As it will be the fight for 8th place as Duval Lewis goes into the pits. They could have done another lap. They chose to pit earlier. Maybe to undercut. As we got a car number 26, currently showing support for the stream, thank you very much. With Michael Kuhnen, apologies, driving with Nicky Schulten, 17th place as it stands, as both Gazelle Motorsports car in IM class went into the pits, whilst the Pro fielded one is still out, and it will be so for the next 10 minutes at the very least. As the two cars, as the three cars, although on the same team, are on different strategies. Matter of fact, even the 301 had to pit in 10 minutes, but they decided to just send it shortly for Stellars. Who gave the car to Sluttel for the 301 lineup. As Ek just gained an entire second on the car number 11, which lapped in 43.7. I don't see any lap to car, so I suppose it was a mistake for Adamu. And now the gap is 19 seconds. There was also the very same mistake being done by Wilson, which lost a few times on the car ahead. So as of now, this Honda is definitely flying another 43.6. As the 441 laps in 43.2. So although a slow lap, another half a second has been gained. Now the gap is 18.4. I wonder if there is some struggle here. Whether it's on the tires or some slow puncture or something similar. I'm not seeing something out of ordinary. There was a mistake in the third sector, so it was a mistake because they lost 4 times only in that sector alone, which is composed by practically 2. Oh, again another mistake. And again, I think it's on Cheetah. For the third time, I will say, but that's another mistake, and that's another 4 times being lost. 43.7 again. As Ek goes into the pits. 1 hour of steam timer, so a bit earlier than what's expected. It's certainly interesting. Another 43.7, so that was another mistake. And I think another one has been done in Sector 1. That's difficult to say, since I don't have my benchmark anymore. My benchmark is into the pits currently. Oh, this is another mistake. It's in Sector 2. Which is odd, because earlier on this car was setting very good lap times into the 42.1, 42.3, I would say. But a couple of mistakes have been going on in the last laps. again going a bit wider. Just doesn't seem as clean as before. And it was another 43. This time it was a 43.3.4 practically. But again, this car was lapping 42 lows and was absolutely flying. So whether it's deconcentration or more likely a slow puncture, or at the very least a loss of pressures in the tires, because these were odd mistakes. And OPEC is driving this car. Team composed by 4 different drivers: Garbin, OPEC, Zachtel and Eck. I suspect we saw already the quicker drivers. So if this is the case, it's going to be a bit more of a happy ride for the Team 11. So this lap doesn't make any statistic worthy. It was a 47, but obviously because they just exited the pits, so don't look at it. This time this comes will be the important one. And now the 441 is roughly 5 minutes gap with the number 11 in the pits. This was another 43.3 for Adamo. Clearly pushing as long as possible to extend the stints. Same with many other teams, which I think are on the same strategy. 667 being one of them, since the stint just ended. Just 1 lap prior, maybe 2. To the other teams. As Nopek sets his first timed lap, overtakes the BMW still in the pits, and it was a 42.4. So another second has been cut on day 11, but this time because of tire difference. The gap will likely still remain out of the 15 seconds mark unless a mistake happens in the pits. Adam Wilson is lapping a 43 out of the cars that are on the same strategy of going as long as possible. This Mustang is currently the quicker of them all, having set a 43 flat. Adam Wilsinski behind. Last time lap it was a 43.1. And Nopek's lap time was a 42.1. That was a good lap. It was definitely a good lap. Another second has been cut. I may expect a 15 seconds gap by the end of the stint, which will happen just now. For both Adamo and Wilson. But this is important for second place too, since I think Wilson completely lost the grasp on the FRL car. And joins the late stint club. As Castellina is back on the wheel, and he is currently 13 seconds ahead of Nopek, or 14 apparently, 14 seconds ahead of Nopek, so they lost 6 seconds in these 5 minutes, these 7 minutes, apologies, it's a bit more. Obviously, things will likely change. As both cars are on a fresh set. But the main difference being that there is a 7 minutes gap between the two. So now it's effective 12.6 seconds. It's the gap between Nopek and Castellina. It was 20 earlier on. As Captura is now barely ahead of Winkle. So Fiande managed to come back from effectively last of the AM class after the peculiar first stint. Now they are back on a position of, I won't say advantage, but certainly an interesting position for the Gazelle Motorsport team. Winkle is barely behind the car, barely behind Captura. number 300 could still be yeah, the Mustang is pretty much an understeer machine. It's not conceived for turning, it's just considered for going straight and going quick on it, so it's okay if you had understeer, it's completely normal. You have to start your stint on the Mustang on the page that you will struggle turning, because that car is understeer. It's practically the Mercedes but worse somehow. It turns less but goes quicker in speed. It's a fun car. Let's say it's a fun car. As it stands here, it's a battle for P1 in class. Winkle still behind the car number 300. Still waiting for an opening in the 95th defenses. Now there is also the battle for 5th place, as Alfonsi gained back the time on another car. This being the car in 5th place, the 177 TAC Racing. So both TAC cars battling for positions, but both battling as a defensive position. But as it stands, Leclerc remains in front of Alfonsi, but barely, since Alfonsi just had a better exit speed. And he goes for the inside line and absolutely obliterates Leclerc. A very good move into the crocodiles. You can see here, hard on the brakes and perfect execution of the overtake. So this is now the car number 4, former leader of the race in 5th place. Now back for the battle for the lead in AM class, with Captor still ahead of Winkle. And as it stands, championship winners in AM class. So Mikel now has to lose some time. Assetto gonna had to lap him. And this just puts Kyalami 300 in an advantageous position. The track is hot, it is indeed 37 degrees, as these are real life temperatures being taken by effectively what is it there just now. Just as hot as Thursday, but this time it's not raining. So now the 93 remains ahead of the BMW, but have to be passed. They do so in the least impactful manner. But now the gap is back to 7 times between Scaptola and Winkle. Absolutely behind there is also the battle for position between the 197 and the 301, with the sister car now battling for the lead, battling for 4th place in class. Porsche tries to go into the inside, with the Ferrari outbraking itself. This is still a side-by-side situation between Taylor and Sluttle, with little contact between the two, and they are both facing the wrong direction with cars coming from the other way around. The Ferrari keeping the place for themselves, and F1 who is just now exiting barbecue. Now Winkel is still behind. As of now, Sculptor still remains ahead of Winkel. And the gap seems to actually be getting a bit larger. It's a 43.4 and a 43.6 for Sculptor and Winkel. This just gives enough traction to Sculptura. Another 4 times have been gained on Winkel. As Castellina just made a mistake somewhere, because I'm seeing a second has been lost in the last sector. Something has happened here to the Italian driver, who now sits 10 seconds ahead of Nopek. The battle for P1 is more than on. And this team is certainly going quick. Now that there is a moment of calmness, I will just go for a little break of mine, mostly because I still have to eat, I'll be honest. So I will have to prepare a couple of things to eat something, because let's be real, I have to do that. But in the meantime, so in those 4 minutes which I put things in the air fryer, I have everything already prepared. But I will leave you with Winkel for a single lap time, and I will be back. but currently the situation between Winkle and Sculptura is on the line of 2 seconds now. So it's clear that the gap that has been gained up until that point has been lost. Meanwhile, the sister team, Sleutel, is currently just behind Taylor after the contact that happened earlier on. These two are following each other again. Ooh, the Ferrari just lost the rear end massively, and the Porsche can't utilize that on its own advantage. They have to stay behind, trying on the outside of the hairpin. That led to no change, but this could be different after mineshaft into the crocodiles. Inside goes, braking later than the Ferrari, and that's position number 4 for Sleutel, the 301 Gazelle Motorsport car. That's the Ferrari done and dusted. The Dutch driver now sits in 4th, as Jones ahead is 46 seconds in front. As this battle unfortunately doesn't bring any real action. Nopek has been gaining time ever so slightly. Now sits 9.6 seconds, 9.2 at the sector time, but in this moment it's 9.6 seconds from the lead of the race. So it's not that unaffordable anymore, and the young here in the 302 Mustang is finding some more trouble in the times compared to Wilson, who was lapping into the 42s. So now Jacobs overtakes Jones for position, for overall position, not for class position. As their sister team currently sits in last place. Another instance, the 441 is the quickest car on the racetrack, with no one apart from Castellina and Alfonsi really close to them. as all of a sudden Casolina just put a fantastic lap time, 42.4. That happened nearly half an hour into his stint, and it's a phenomenal lap. So clearly shows that the pace is there. Also doesn't have that Nopek had to go through some left cars, making him lose time, so now the gap probably crystallized around the 10 seconds mark. .5 is perfect. Also Justin De Jong crosses the line 14 seconds behind. The 42.8. Stugna losing 4 tenths on the car in front, putting the gap on 9.5 seconds. So that's up for the duo in front. It was 42.9 for Casorina, and a little mistake there for Carnell. And 42.5 for Nobel, as I was saying. No, a bit on the gravel and over the grass, but nothing to worry too much about. In any case, I will leave you for roughly 5, maybe 10 minutes. I will just have to have some lunch, but in the meantime I will keep everything under control. So Johnson just went too wide. Speaking of which, I suppose it's the same corner. Apparently no. Consider that an off track. They did the same. I don't think it was a proper. Oh, it was a bit in the grass, but nothing to worry too much about. So I will still look at all the cameras and etc. But I will be muted for roughly 5 to 10 minutes. So for that, I will be back on. as I'm officially back. And Winkel, just as I'm back, goes for the pits. And with 6 hours to go, the end of the stint, and probably trying to take in undercut the car ahead, being driven by Matteo Scaptura in number 93. Jacob's still in the middle of the IAM pack. Unfortunately, he has been involved in a huge incident early on into the race, caused by a car effectively out of control in the middle of the straights. And causing the 33 to go into the pits with massive damage. And the 441, huh? Ooh, Nopek is off! Big one here! With a car which was chasing P1, who lost the rear, and now finds itself 20 seconds and more behind the leader. But he had to go for a 3-4-way maneuver. To get back to speed, and now the gap is 25 seconds. Between the two cars. It was merely 7 early on, and everything has to be made back. So practically with 2 spins, this car is like it went through a drive-through. And certainly the 11 is very happy about it. Into the pits it goes. So this just happened prior to the end of the stint. So at the very tail end of the stint, unfortunately. They are slipped off, and now they find themselves 20 seconds and more behind the leader. But remember that they practically took back the 20-second gap in half an hour, in apologies, 1 hour and a half. So with 6 hours to go, they can still do it. And with this rhythm, I think we could see again the 20 seconds gap go down to 0 by roughly the start of the 3rd hour. Or maybe even the 4th. Yeah, now Eck is back on the wheel. De Jong finds himself in 2nd place momentarily. With Stubna in 3rd, but obviously that's because of the pit cycle. So, also important to notice that Stubina has been gaining a lot of time on De Jong. In this last lap, an entire second has been gained on De Jong by the green BMW. And with this rhythm, this could end well for the BMW lineup, which started in 8th place. Which now goes into the pits. Maybe take it on the Mustang ahead. Stuna on the same strategy as the 441 practically. So going by single hour stints. Instead of going for the full 65 minutes. So 177 does the same. So two different strategies in place. One which involves going for 60-minute stints, and the other which means you going for the full stint, which is the strategy on which they level, the 302, number 4. And to be fair, I think the 934 and the leader in IM class I think even the 61. So these are the only teams which are on the same strategy of going. Oh, never mind. Apparently the 302 changed strategy mid-race. So they were going for the full stint pits. Now they went for only an hour. The 4 does the same. As one oh wait. So apparently the number 33, no wait, the 33 is still on. One car is connected, but I can't be sure which one did. Oh, it's the BMW. Unfortunately, the BMW number 667 is not in the race anymore. And it's very unfortunate since they were chasing for P3. And this means that we have one less car that will fight for the podium. As Kyalami Motorsport will not finish the race. Or if they will certainly not be in any contention for the podium. As the number 11 just went into the pits. And quite likely it's going to be the 4-2. Now Ek passes the number 4 and exits the last turn with a 21 seconds gap to the car ahead. Which in the last lap was a 42.0, so it's beyond the most egregious laps we had so far. As the gap between Larocque and Duvaluis is just 6 seconds, but it's going to probably enlarge. Larocque, which practically has been in the car since the very start, only getting the change for one stint to his Captura. Scanner now is the last lap on this pit cycle. So Scanner will be the one with fresher tires of everyone else. Barth is on the wheel. The Mercedes number 26 trying to get over the Porsche. So Ek in these minutes gained back 5 seconds on the car ahead. And 23 seconds behind it's Wilson, again on the car for the car 302 Mustang. now the number 18 is barely behind Jacobs, the car number 33, but obviously the 33 still has to pit. They will do so in 10 minutes, less than that. Sartre is just now 14 seconds behind the Wilczynski, but setting team's personal best times right here in the Aston Martin lineup, whilst Castellano just decided that he wants to be fast and just set the quickest lap in his team, a 41.990. So now the amount of people that managed to get below the 42 on Racestream are 2. Unfortunately, Ek still gained a 10th on that lap, setting a 41.8. Now the 18 will have to battle with the number 43 for position. And apparently Castellano wasn't happy with that, and he nearly shattered the fastest race lap by just 20 milliseconds. He didn't do so, but he just set a 41.8, and this time it was a gain for Castellano. 2 times and being gained on the car behind, 41.8. And it's just 2 cars since the number 4's best time was a 42.0. And now Jacobs will lose as less time as possible. So I suspect they will not defend, but either they will not let pass McLaren in 8th place for 7th. As the QRT car still has to pit. Now the McLaren remains behind. As also the McLaren is quite quicker compared to the Ferrari. It's a 43.4 prior to catching Jacobs, lapping 43.4 again, but this time it's more, I think think the 43.4 from the car behind is more to be given to the Ferrari to be going a bit slower. And we have a new fastest lap of the race so far, a 41.7, which was just put together by Casorina in P1. And another 4 tenths gained on Eck on the last lap. Lifting the gap from 20 seconds to 22. And again, another fastest lap, 41.722. And again, it was Castorina for the number 11 in full Max Verstappen mode. And Eck just set a 42.7, so disastrous run this time for the FRL car. Which lost an entire second in a single lap. The McLaren goes for the move into turn 2 without overshooting too much. And the Ferrari now sits behind the McLaren. But ironically, this was the last lap for the Ferrari anyway, to be ahead of McMahon. St. Jacobs will have to pit in this very lap. Assetto this time around didn't set a fastest lap of the race, unfortunate. But he still set a 42.0, which makes it the fastest car there is on track at the moment. Now Jacobs goes into the pits as I said earlier. As the gap increased again, this time on 22.5 seconds. So in front of us there is literally the fastest driver of the entire race. And who knows, maybe he scores another fastest lap of the race so far. It's a 41.8. And now the gap is 22.1 seconds. It was less than 20 early on. And now it increased massively. As this Ferrari is not stopping, setting fast laps. As 11 goes across the line once more to again set another 41.9, and Laroque now is just behind Barf for 8th position overall. Already in a single lap, the number 93 cut the gap from 1 second to half a second to Barf for 8th overall. Ooh, there's been a mistake by Eck clearly, because it was a 43.5 the lap prior to this. This is not a battle for class position, but it's still a battle for position nevertheless, as this would also create a buffer zone between the 93 and the number 300 behind for the class win. Also the battle for position in here from the outside again, this time against the McLaren driver, with Brunel driving the McLaren number 61, braking way later than McLaren. So this for now remains the battle for 8th place. Still half a second, but this is actually ruining Larocque's run against Duva Lewis, since in the last laps Duva Lewis has been able to gain some time back on Larocque, who is stuck behind Barf. So the battle still goes on, and this is just helping Duva Lewis behind, gaining some time back. Jason still cannot jump the number 934, so he has to give the way of passing to the number 4. Which will then hopefully help Larocque's run to get in front of Barf. So maybe this could be the chance for Barf to get ahead, to stay ahead of Larocque. And as a matter of fact, Barf manages to do so. Now the advisor racing team remains ahead of Larocque. A little update on the situation up front. The gap is now 25 seconds. Not 25, 24 seconds. And also increasing as the time progresses, with Castorina absolutely smashing this could be the chance for the West Racing team to defend hard, since I think Larocque will go for a move on the last corner. In fact, it's actually both of them going for the move, but this time on an up the car. It's the number 301 of Ketelars. Another second has been gained by Castorina, this time because of a mistake, because I could set a 43.7, so clearly a mistake of some kind. 54.8 in the last sector time, but ultimately it revolves around the 25 seconds. And for now the gap is still half a second, it doesn't seem to change, and Duval Lewis is simply gaining massive chunks of time. It was a 43.5 in the last lap, it was a 44.2 for his opponent. Now the gap just increased since Duval Lewis lost a good second. He is now 4 seconds behind Larocque, who is still glued to the Porsche ahead. there is a car off. It's currently the number 18. Did it lose time? Oh, on itself and on into the wall too. That's a big accident for McMahon. Into the wall at nearly full speed whilst the Rock is still trying to attack the Porsche ahead, number 934. So it's quite sure that McMahon will have to go into the pits to repair the car, as Buff completely oversent the car and lost some time, but still remains ahead of the Rock. This battle just ruining Aston Martin's momentum. As Brunel just overtook and got re-overtaken on the outside. You can see here first the overtake into turn 2 and then the switchback into turn 4 after McLaren oversent the car over the gravel and thus letting the Porsche pass again. So again, all those 2 attempts have been gained by Duval Lewis, as Lorok remains behind. He can't really create anything from this position. This has been several laps. This has been the situation. Nothing really changes here. Still lapping into the mid 43s, and we pretty much know that this Aston Martin is very good and can lap quicker. Oh, that's a bit of a mistake by the Porsche, but still nothing gets underway, and the Rock remains behind. The battle behind is slightly different. The McLaren still behind the Porsche. And both cars are pretty much on the same page. So let's just did a slight mistake. Slightly on the grass. Didn't lose too much time. So as it stands currently, the standings are number 11 on top of everybody else with a 24 seconds lead over the FRL 441 with a 302 Gazelle Motorsport in third place, 1 minute behind the leader nearly. The number 4 is still gaining time from the earlier incident. And Harter in the 177 TSE Racing is in 5th place. Number 221 FRL Lamborghini is in 6th currently, in front of the number 18 Assetto Racing team in 7th with the 934 still maintaining the lead over La Rocque, just behind in P1 in IM class, and currently winning the championship in class. Oh, La Rocque just overtook Barf with a mistake from the Porsche driver. Oh, he just lost the rear and put it on the gravel. Yeah, this effectively puts La Rocque finally ahead of Barf, with Valouis in 10th, number 300. Jacobs only in 11th, unfortunately, but steadily gaining places. Brunner in 12th, with Amundsen in 13th, Rice in 14th, in the number 81 Assetto Racing team, and the 301 Gazelle Motorsport in 15th, with the Uno Racing team number 26 in 16th, and QRT number 1 in last place. Obviously, the next target for Valouis is not anymore La Rocque, but it's the Advisor Racing team car. Which just did a tiny little mistake. Into into clubhouse. Currently, Emmanuel is just behind the number 61, the Ferrari. Just behind the McLaren. Emmanuel still struggles to jump Brunel. When he last lap lost an entire second to the Ferrari. Now leaving some space in the 441 to pass through, which now is likely closer to Castorino. Ooh, that's a bit too much off the edge, and that's Brunel possibly losing the position on the Ferrari driver. Oh, a bit on the grass, side by side into sunset. Apologies, into Cheetah. And for now, the 61 remains ahead. Ooh, another mistake there for the McLaren driver, which puts it easy for Emmanuel to jump from the outside. It will be a nice move for the Ferrari, and I think it will happen, and the 296 GT3 goes in front of the McLaren. And that for podium in IM class. competition remains with the Italian team up front. For now remains ahead without any particular problem, and their stint ending in roughly 15 minutes, whilst X stint will probably end in the next 5. Tiny difficulty emerges there between Assetto team Ferrari and Sport Ferrari. So it's a bit clear that towards the end of the stint Ferrari struggles a bit more than the Honda. Matter of fact, some time has been gained back by Eck, especially in the last laps. It was 7 tenths the lap prior to this, now it is 4, 3 upon this. As it stands, also De Luis has been gaining some good times on Barth, not on his rival. At the same time, behind Jacobs seems to be gaining some time on De Luis. Just ahead of car 177, so theoretically they have blue flags, but if they can keep the pace they can stay ahead. Ooh, little mistake there by Castellina. To avoid a fly ahead, or was it a mistake on his own? Oh, it was a mistake on his own. McMahon goes into the pits, possibly to also repair the car. So it's clear that number 43 can remain ahead of the TSE racing car. As Eck goes into the pits as round. And Van Horn is now in the car for Assetto Racing Team, car number 18, and it was 20 seconds of damage repair. For the 18. So now Wilson jumps in second place momentarily as Garby enters the car. It will be a good question because now the number 4 has gained enough time to just go side by side with their old rivals. But the car 441 has to remain in front of the number 4, and they will probably do so since they have fresher tires, although cold ones, but this doesn't seem to stop Garby, but that was extremely close. For a complete mishap in strategy. As the Honda just lost the place on the outside after going a bit wide on exit, and that now Wilczynski, who overtook Garby. That's not likely to remain so. That is important because this just helps number 11, with Garby nearly colliding with the Ferrari ahead. And this ruins completely Garby's plans. So it's a bit of a doomed race for the 441, clearly having a better race car, but not making it efficient, with some mistakes here and there which are putting the victory currently they are sitting in 4th, which will easily become 2nd place, but this just makes them slower on pace. But for now, not only Wilczynski is ahead, but he's actually gaining on Garby, who is nowhere to be found. He's not having a good situation. For now, he's losing time to the cars ahead. Although he has better tires, he doesn't seem to be... seems to be struggling at least for now. This could just go very well for number 11. As it stands, number 4 laps in 43.0 and Garby 43.3 with fresher tires. So quite a difference from day to night. I wonder if it's this driver that still has to get used to the car, which is most likely, but it was a very slow outlap anyway. But maybe the pressures are wrong. In that case, it's going to be quite difficult to see the pace. But even more so, I don't think the number 4 will let the car behind pass by easily. And the issue especially comes because the number 4 still has to remain on track for at least the next 6-7 minutes. Usually in this period of time, the Honda gains time on the leader. It doesn't seem able to do so. 42.7 the last lap. He gained half a second on Wilczynski, but it's still not the 42.0 I expected, or at least 42.4, 42.3. Dinner time for me, yeah. Dinner time, it's... Wait. Why dinner time? It's 3:30 PM where you are. I'm missing something. It can't really be dinner time. I hope. It's lunchtime at the very least. Because I find it difficult for you to have dinner time at this time. But anyway, for now Garbi remains where he is. Unfortunately, he is behind a car with all tires and can't really answer to those times. Maybe now the Honda can, but this stint certainly didn't start as well as the earlier ones. And now they also have to make an overtake on track for position, which, oh, that was extremely close for Wyszynski, nearly putting the car into the wall, but still remaining ahead of Garbi, and this will make the fourth one lose extreme amount of time. So we just maybe into mineshaft and into crocodiles. There could be a little gap, but nothing really comes out of it. And the stint will end in some minutes for the number 4, or at least a couple of laps. And the last lap was very likely a loss, another one for Garbi compared to Castorina. Matter of fact, it was a 43.5. And this is not helping, especially because the Honda is on a different strategy and they have to use the first moments of the stint to get closer to the car ahead. This is not happening at the moment. So now maybe there could be a chance just here. And still, nothing really happens. Penske remains ahead, and also gaps the Honda behind, so a terrible situation for the 441 with Garvey not really putting pressure to the teams ahead. And very likely this just puts the Gazelle Motorsport car, although 45 seconds behind, but this could be a little chance for them to get back into the race for the podium positions. For now, yeah, no overtakes are happening. As Honda remains where it is. And Ferrari does the usual lines. We are really defending as the leader goes into the pits. Oh, another loss of rear end grip for Garby. It's just ruining the race, completely ruining the race. The rear end is slipping off. Seems like this car is very loose on entry, at least for Garby. It is, again, you can see how much he is controlling the car. And this just hurts and destroys the rear tires. How the car is slippery on the racetrack. Now finally there is some clean air for Garby. So next lap is going to be the interesting one. But the more interesting thing is that now the gap between first and second place is 30 seconds. Well, nearly 28.7 seconds. Complete disaster for Garby at the beginning of this stint. 43.4 was the last lap. Oh, another loss of rear end. Yeah, this lap is going to be the interesting one because now there is clean air. The S's. Look at the wheel. It's a bit more fluid. Not too many corrections. This will be the important lap for Garby. Lap, we go for a little intermission. Oh, there's a bit of track for Garby, but yeah, this car doesn't seem so stable with all the correction he has to do. So gain some time for 0.7, so not a real difference. But in any case, here alongside me now into the commentary booth is John Wright. Hi mate, how are you doing? Wait a second. Okay, yeah, everything works. Now I was just looking if everything was effectively working, so yeah, everything went smoothly, and yeah, it has been an interesting race until now, certainly.
Indeed, yeah, the championship's still on the line for a couple of the drivers, but yeah, a fair bit to go on. An interesting track temperature as well. I saw well over 40 degrees the whole race. That's yeah, it's just as well the drivers have got a 65-minute stint timer, given how much punishment those tyres are going to be getting. Are you looking forward to getting behind the wheel for this one?
Yeah, technically I am also behind the wheel. I never mentioned during the live stream. So yeah, I will be also behind the wheel at a certain point, theoretically for 2 hours. And yeah, for now it's looking good. I mean, I'm currently looking at my rivals, so yeah, situation is good for now. As a driver, as a commentator, I can't really say anything because I have to be objective. But realistically, I have an opinion on this.
Yep, I'll bet you do. I'll bet you do. Well, yeah, nice work on the broadcast so far. We'll get you. How long is it until you're behind the wheel?
This stint. After this one.
After this one.
Yeah, after this one. So I have 2 stints after this one.
Okay, back to back. Nice.
Yeah, I have to do back to back. I'm unable to do stint, pause stint. I am usually slower with that, so I have to. I'm more in my shoes if I do a double stint. I'll be honest.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, that will happen. I will do a double stint, and then that's it for me.
Nice. Nice. Well, we'll let you go and get ready. Oh, we're on separate streams actually, so I will hit go live.
Whenever you want. I am with Karner currently. Looking at him. So yeah, for the whole viewership, we are currently going to switch the live stream. So this one will end, and the second part will start. Well, now.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, that's it. It's up and running now with a little timer on it. So
it is already going on. And Joe Wright will be your commentator and broadcaster for the next 4.5 hours until the very end of the championship, effectively.
Indeed, yeah, we'll be able to announce the winners. Well, hoping, pending penalties and things, but yeah, you know what it's like. But yeah, we'll announce the winners. So yeah, fantastic job once again from Christian, Tom in the chat saying just that as well. And yeah, thank you very much, Christian. I'll let you say cheerio to everyone on your broadcast, and then I'll jump over onto mine.
Okay, so yeah, thank you everybody for having followed for all this time. The next stream is already ongoing in a second part. And thank you all for, well, looking at the final moments of this championship, with probably many more to come next year, because this is effectively the end of the endurance season with this race. And yeah, I hope to not be on TV for too much time during my stint. Honestly, I hope I will not be shown too much, because otherwise, if I get shown too much, it means that I made mistakes. So my objective is to not be seen. But yeah, John now will be your commentator, and I will see you all on Thursday.